for us to come together to decide where to from here, because it's not over. This might be the last day of our 5 days together, but this is also a beginning. It's the beginning of where to from here. So I'm just going to ask everyone who's still in the breakfast room to please come in. I know those of you who are managing groups, if you could please usher them in to join us. And I would like to invite our three spiritual leaders who are going to lead us in devotion this morning to join me up on the stage, so that it's then easy to call on you. And that also gives our delegates a little bit longer to join us in the room. So please do join me. Thank you so much. Please come. Oh, thank you, Mugani. Great. Well, first of all, it's my very great privilege to welcome Baiji, who's going to do our first devotion this morning. Baiji is an enlightened saint from Haridwar in India and a disciple of the spiritual master Satpal Ji Maharaj, who is the head of the Manav Dharam organization. Her mission is to uplift human souls through spiritual discourse, meditation, and yoga. Bayiji currently heads the Manav Dharam Spiritual, Educational, and Cultural Trust in Verulam, KwaZulu-Natal, one of the organization's 3,000 centers globally. Thank you, Bayiji, for being with us today.
Good morning, Namaskaram, and Sawadam to all the wonderful souls women, and my humble greetings to the present spiritual leaders on the dais as well. I'm so I'm so honored and humbled to be part of 20th anniversary celebration of SAWIT, SWAG, South African Women in Dialogue. And I'm so overwhelmed that the spring started, but still in the environment, nature we didn't see, but here I'm seeing the colorful spring over here. And wonderful ladies, today with the prayer, I want to bring out that colors hidden within you with the help of prayer, with the help of meditation, and with the help of yoga. So I would like kindly your attention and join me in this beautiful prayers. And you know, the prayer is a way to connect with the divine and seek guidance, strength, wisdom, direction, and so on. God, our Creator, has stored within our heart all this amazing divine treasure within ourselves, like personalities, great potential, strength, ability, wisdom, and so on. So prayer helps us to tap into and develop these powers within ourselves because we are here, all the women, for the woman empowerment. Am I right? So the empowerment with what? We want the empowerment because women are special. And that's why it says that women are warrior. Am I right? Women are warrior without weapon. Women are warrior without weapon and conquering through love. So that the love is our strength. That love we have to empower with. That wisdom we have to empower with. And that all is within ourselves. So please join me with the prayer. And I will do explain it is in a Sanskrit, ancient Indian language, but I will explain in English as well. And first of all, I would like to also apologize that English is my third language. So if any mistake, please forgive me. So first prayer, in the universe, we believe that there is a two force, masculine and feminine. So first prayer goes to that two pair of energy, and it says, Janani Rajeshwari Devi Prabhuhansam Jagat Gurum Pad Padme Prayosritva Pranamami Muhur Muhum Pranamami Muhur Muhum. I bow down to this divine energy who has a face of masculine power and the feminine power. So we start our day connecting with our divine energy. Now, after connection, I will go through this analogy of our Wi Fi. So when we wake up, we check our cell phone, but if not Wi Fi or data, it won't work. So in the morning, parallel to our cell phone Wi Fi connection, divine connection with the prayer that God, I want to connect with you. Now, more further, it says, Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarva Karyeshu Sarvada. We connecting with this divine energy, now asking one thing. And what it says, that, O Almighty Lord Ganesha, I bow down to you and please bless me. Please make my undertakings free of obstacles. The first thing in the morning we say that we want to remove the obstacles from our life. Second thing, Om Bhurpurashvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om, all pervading the energy, who created three lokas, three planets, who is in a form of divine light like a sun, and the spark of that sun is within me. And when I connect, I meditate upon that spark within me. The first thing it helps us to take right decision. Am I right? Morning we wake up, our day start with one thing, right decision. Right decision, which clothes to wear, which shoes to wear, what kind of breakfast to take, and onward all the way. So we connecting with this divine spark within ourselves to seek the right direction for a day. More further, it says, या देवी सर्वभूतेषु ज्योतिरूपेण संस्थिता नमः तस्यै नमः तस्यै नमः तस्यै नमो नमः. That, O Divine Mother, who is in all beings, is abiding in the form of divine light, salutation to her to give us energy and good qualities in life like a compassion, mercy, empathy, sympathy, love, care, and onward. So we connecting ourselves within with this intention to connect with this the Divine Mother. And it says that when we connect within ourselves, it's called consciousness, it's called soul, atma, life-giving force, so on, something making us alive. And he said that energy is one and the same in everyone, each of us. And that's why it says that life-giving force is as universal as the sun in the sky, moon in the sky, and the stars in the sky. It's a one and same for all of us. And that's why we are stepping on in the world with one more prayer. And the prayer says that Om Sarvesham Sastir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Santir Bhavatu, Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu, Sarvesham Manglam Bhavatu. That may there be well being in all. May there be fulfillment in all. May there be peace in all. May there be auspiciousness in all. So now what we are starting? We empower ourselves with good energy, good qualities within ourselves. And now we are ready to share with everyone. And what we are sharing, that may all be happy. May all have all good things in every kind. That is our prayer. Now, more further, it says, Sarva Mangal Mangalye Sive Sarvartha Sadhike Sharanye Trayambake Gauri Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute. In the world, we say that creation happened with two people or two entity. One is this divine energy, another is woman. And that's why it says that who is more closer to God or who can be more spiritual in a path, in a spiritual path, it says woman. Why? We says that divine energy, supreme energy, give name, any name, there is some higher. And that supreme energy is invisible. Is it so? Invisible. But how to connect? So take the example of a pregnant woman. Woman is connected with her child in the womb, which she never saw, which she don't know anything about, but she knows only one thing: my baby is in my womb. And from that and onward, she started to take care of this baby. And in the same way, we says that this divine energy, invisible energy, but when we connect, when we connect, we get the power from that energy. And we use this for ourselves and for the whole mankind. And that where it comes that who is the auspiciousness in all the auspiciousness herself, complete with all the auspiciousness tributes, and who fulfills all the objectives of the devotees, who is the giver of refuge with the three eyes and shining face. Old feminine energy, I bow down to you, I bow down to you, I bow down to you. Now, one more prayer, which is part of our life. And normally, prayer we use to have a tag of I'm a spiritual, I'm a God believer, I'm a devotional, but it's no. It's said these prayers are GPS for our life. GPS for our life. There are so many things. You start your car, the GPS will show you which side to turn, which road to take. But GPS won't tell that someone is racing with you, be calm. Someone is doing some wrong thing, you say stable. That all good qualities, this our GPS don't give, but our great sages says that GPS we can put it inside. And what we have to put GPS inside? The prayer says, Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurmam Amritam Gamaya. Now we're starting our day. So what it says, Asato Ma Sadgamaya. Asat, unreal. Sat, real. So our day we have to start with unreal to real. What is the essence? Grab this essence and move forward. So, just I will take 2 minutes more and to tap into that power within ourselves. I was talking about that you are the spark of that divine. And for that, very simple, very small meditation I would like to share with all of you, and then I will take leave from you. Thank you so much, Siabonga, for accepting me amongst you. I feel so honored once again to be part of this 20th anniversary of South African Women in Dialogue. I will take 2 minutes. So it says to connect with divine, need is to connect. For that, two things you need is sit. All of you will say, Baiji, I'm sitting. Are you sitting, all of you? But not sitting to connect with yourself. And I'm sharing with you, it's so amazing. We have to sit cross-legged. Okay? Why our Wi-Fi not working? You will come to know today. Okay? This is the first thing, sitting. Is it enough? No. More we have to do is. And it says that how to sit this and this. Okay? Now see, your antenna won't move from connection. Am I right? So this is sitting posture. And you all will have a one escape. We can't sit. But I have answer for everything. Don't worry. So it says first thing to sit like this, it called a lotus posture. Okay? You become like a lotus posture. And then another thing is hand. Hand, the thumb and the first finger. And you make it straight. Now you tell me, how am I looking? A church, a temple, a mosque, pyramid? Pyramid, okay? Pyramid draws the energy. So now we are drawing and we are connecting. So this is the posture to sit for meditation. Please join all of you with me. Like now, one more thing. And one more thing is to, that still mind is going by the bus, going by the bag ready. Am I right? How to pull the mind back. How? Breathing. So when you do long deep breathing with this one thing, you will feel that you are with your divine being. Just like this. You breathe, slowly, slowly breathe out. You breathe in and breathe out slowly, and you will feel very big difference. Ready for the day, ready for the life. So thank you so much. And please practice at home also. For how long? For 4 minutes only. Thank you.
Thank you, Baiji. Thank you, Baiji. And now it's my pleasure to ask Mlangwani Poswayo, who's the director of the South African Baha'i Office of Public Affairs, an agency of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of South Africa, to lead us in a devotion.
Much loved and respected Mam Zanele Mbeki, Mam Togompumlwana, the incredibly special Sawidians from South Africa and the SADC region. I bring to you the love and greetings from the Baha'i community of South Africa. In the past 4 days, I've had the great privilege and honor to be immersed in your life stories, the amazing selfless services you render to your communities and countries, as well as your aspirations. As I listened and reflected on what needs to be done to have a more gender equal and equitable society, I feel more even encouraged and convinced that I, as a man, have a role to play in overcoming the gender inequality in our society. Please allow me then to include myself and to say, I am a Sawidian, and we are the ones we've been waiting for. Let me quote an excerpt from the Baha'i International Community, which will explain my motivation for being among you. And I quote, "The equality of women and men is not a condition whose effects will be limited to half of the world's population. Its operationalization will revolutionize all facets of human society, the generation of knowledge and the development of intellectual life, the practice of governance, the allocation of material resources, and the condition of the family, to name but a few. Men must come to realize that under current conditions of inequality, the development of their full potential is not possible. It is they who must find the moral courage to convey and model new understandings of masculinity, and who must challenge and question the narrow roles that society and the media have assigned to them. In the final analysis, it is not enough to create space in the current social order for women to play their rightful role. Rather, the goal is for women and men to work shoulder to shoulder, each as the helpmate of the other, in the context of family, work, community, and international affairs, to construct a society which allows for the flourishing of all. With that, let us pray. O wena ojika ubuso bujonge kuThixo, vala amehlo akho kwinto zonke ezingezinye, uwavulele kubukumkani bakhe usoluzuko. Cela nayiphi na into oyinqwenelayo kuye yedwa. Funa nayiphi na into oyifunayo kuye yedwa. Ngokujonga nje, unika amathemba amaninzi. Ngokukrwaqula, uphilisa amawaka alikhulu ezigulo ezinganyangekiyo. Ngokuthi tshe, ubeka isithambiso kumanxeba onke. Ngokunqwala, ukhulula inhliziyo kumatyathanga entlungu. Wenza njengoko esenza, sinakuphi na ke thina esinokukwenza. Uphumelelisa intando yakhe, ugunyazisa loo nto ayithandileyo. Ke ngoko kulungele kanye ukuba ugobe intloko yakho uzithobe, uze ubeke ithemba lakho kwinkosi engusonceba. Thank you.
Thank you, Mlingwani. Our third devotion is from Elizabeth Idawu, pastor from Mozambique, Pentecostal Church, Mountain and Fire Miracles Ministries. Pastor Elizabeth will lead us in devotion and prayers.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, beautiful ladies. Yeah, you are still ladies, you are still young. I am tremendously honored to be here this morning. And I want to thank our mother, Mama and Becky, and I want to thank all the coordinators for the opportunity given unto me to be here. And I want to thank, we call her Dr. Alice Barnes too. This morning, I want every one of us, let us all rise up. I want us to thank God, for the opportunity given unto us. We started since Monday, and today is the last day. You left your family, you left everything. You are here, and you are going back again. You will meet your family. So I want us to start with this song. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. Nara, he, narekele, narekele mo. Nara, he, narekele, narekele mo. Now I want to pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you. We magnify your holy name for all your daughters that you gather together here. We thank you for this 20 years anniversary. We give you the glory. It is possible because you are involved. If you are not involved, it will not be possible. But we thank you because you are the center of everything. Lord, as all your daughters will be going back to their different locations, even those ones that have gone, let your divine protection continue to be with them and go with them and continue to dwell with them in the name of Jesus. Lord Jesus, I pray that next year and many years to come, we will come back to celebrate together to the glory of your holy name. Thank you, Jesus, for everything. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Thank you, God bless.
Okay, so thank you to all of our spiritual leaders. So I'm wondering if the Imalonji Kantu Choir is with us, because we've started with some song and some more would be wonderful.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The introductory song that we've just sung is Thy Will Be Done. The next song that we're going to do is Father Bauchi Kosomanda, Father, the Great Strength. All right, and then it will be followed by another Xhosa traditional Uno Ngause. And then the next one will be Mamushimani. It's a Sutu wedding song. I realized that the librarians that put the program together made it a very, very easy program. No difficult, complicated music. But I'm feeling a little bit saddened. I just want to do something a little bit serious before we can continue with the joyful and jubilant songs. The next two songs, one is Tabateu, is a sort of traditional, I talk about a white mountain, some mountain in Lesotho, and then Umelusi, the shepherd, and then that will be followed by another Zulu traditional.
Ukwaimani. Ukwaimani it's actually a name of a bull. The people are asking that Kwaimani be slaughtered for them to enjoy.
Tabasewe, kirumema, kirumema. Tabasewe, kirumema, kirumema. Tabasewe, kirumema, kirumema. Iratile wana mteri chabe, sipono no sadi koti marame, wana teka lisisa nyana, kimboni tawase uwe. Iratile wana mteri chabe, sipono no sadi koti marame, wana teka lisisa nyana, kimboni tawase uwe. Kiri hewa na maluma sona, Tokwana kiurume, akuntamele lipitori, yele kawaseuwe. Kiri hewe na maluma sona, tokwana kiurume, akuntamele lipitori, yele kawaseuwe. Iratile mwana muteri chabe, sipono no sadi koti marame, mana teka lesisanya, au, boni tabase uwe. Iratile mwana muteri chabe, sipono no sadi koti marame, mana teka lesisanya. Imboni tabase uwe, kiri hewe na mushanyana, tokwana kiurume, akuntamele lipitole, yelelele, tabase uwe, kiri hewe na mushanyana, tokwana kiurume, akuntamele lipitole, yelelele, tabase uwe. Kiratile mwana muteri shabe, sipono no sadi kuti marame, wana teka lesisanya, imboni tabasuwe. Kiratile mwana muteri shabe, sipono no sadi kuti marame, wana teka lesisanya, imboni tabasuwe. Kirihe malumatona tokwana kiurume akontamele vitole yelele umtele tabateuwe Kirihe malumatona tokwana kiurume akontamele vitole yelele umtele tabateuwe Kiri tabateuwe Kirumema, Kirumema, Kiritaba Sewe, Kirumema, 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 Na Kirumema. Ziama Zumelo Sim. Oziamba Zubaba Wazo Oziamba Zumelo Si Oziamba Zubaba Wazo Sitinguye Nozi Hola Yobaba Sitinguye Nozi Patakate Sitinguye Nozi Hola Yobaba Sitinguye Nozi Patakate Oziama Zumelusi Oziama Zubaba Wazo Oziama Zumelusi Oziama Zubaba Wazo Sitinguye Nozi Hola Yobaba Sitinguye Nozi Patagate Sitinguye Nozi Hola Nguye Nozi Patagate Nguye Nozi Patagate Tulululu Tulululu Matinguye Nozi Hola Yobaba Sitinguye Nozi Patagate Sitinguye Nozi Hola Yobaba Sitinguye Nozi Patagate Matinguye Nozi Hola yo Nguye Nozi Patagate Nguye Nozi Hola Yobaba Nguye Nozi Patagate Patagate
Hallelujah, ukwaye mama, ukwaye baba. Hey, helelelelele, ukwaye, 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 walele, ukwaye mama, uye baba. Uwelelelelele, ukwaye mama. Babu kwai, walale, kwai mama, uwe baba, uwelelelelele, kwai mama, ele, kwai, walale, kwai mama, uwe baba. Uwelelelelele, lukwai mam, baba, lukwai, uwelele, lukwai mam, uwe baba, uwelelele, lukwai mam, ele, lukwai, uwelele, lukwai mam. Uwe baba, uwe le le kwai ma.
Another big hand for the beautiful, beautiful voices. Thank you. I wish I could. This is the worst part of a program director's job, to stop music, to keep voices quiet. It's not the fun part. But we do have some wrapping up to do. I'd like to ask if there's a 2-minute video by Geraldine Fraser Moleketi that we just want to play before our reflections, please. She can't be with us, but she does have an important message. Thank you.
I'm Geraldine Fraser Moleketi, the chair of the Thabo Mbeki Board of Trustees. I join you this evening to celebrate 20 years of South African Women in Dialogue. I do so as you have been engaging on the discourse of peace, development, and healing to achieve inclusion and equity. And against that background, I come to the reality that we face, and I'm reminded of the West African feminist scholar Maloro Ugondi P. Leslie in a book, Recreating Ourselves, when she says, empowerment should mean social recognition and dignity, but more importantly, she further notes, empowerment should provide, and I quote, a space to speak, act, and live with joy and responsibility, as it has always meant for our ever so responsible foremothers, wherever they were in history, close quotes. If women live in a permanent state of manufactured fear, as Professor Pumla Gola notes in her book, Female Fear Factory, while we are walking or jogging in the streets of South Africa, or even just living in our homes, should we not start asking ourselves where and how to create spaces of joy and ability to get social recognition? In our workplaces and organizational lives, what are the cultures that promote women leadership and recognition? Is the growing competitiveness and individualizing of corporate culture conducive to women's well-being, leadership, and productivity? And I'm sure these are the issues that you engaged with as you dealt with your theme, celebrating your 2 decades of existence, proving that women organizations can grow both in substance and in numbers. I look forward to the decades ahead and wish you well.
Right, so now we're going to begin some reflections, but I need to give us all a sense of time before we do so. I'm going to ask Board Chair Mamtoko Mumpulwana to begin those reflections for us. But because we have limited time, and because I know that many of you have to leave at some point, as sad as that is, I'm going to ask for 5 reflections. And I ask you, before you put your hand up to volunteer reflection, that you think about it in the framework of what touched you, what you want to remember, and also what you want to take back to your communities. Because I think what's so important as we end this wonderful 5-day dialogue together is that it continues. And when we think about what touches us and how to take it into our communities, I think that that's the best way to frame a reflection. So I will ask for 5 reflections after Mamtoko's contribution. Okay.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We have 3 provinces that have gone home, and we know that you are already thinking about your children and everything. So I'm going to just make one input. I requested this for this slot after last night's party. We had a wonderful party, and give yourselves a round of applause. You really were well dressed, and we did our best. We did our best to make you happy. You remember when we started, I said to you, the enthusiasm of the team to make you happy was beyond anything else. And I think even the wine was a little more than what you would give, but we had fun. Thank you. I want to start by an apology, really. Last night was a bit too long. So in your feedback, just note that we apologize that we made the program long. The intention of that gala dinner was to celebrate provinces and the work they do, people as you saw, and to also celebrate the people who have made it possible for us, our donors, so that they can also give you encouragement and of course give us more money. And that's how the world works. We also wanted to also give you a little bit of content, which is why we had keynotes, because we wanted you to also understand what the context, continue to understand we work in a very, very difficult space of human beings in a society and the systems of the world that make life difficult. And we also wanted to have fun and celebrate 20 years. So I want to say, when Oya Hazel, who's a brilliant young Sawidian lawyer, spoke, it was a bit disappointing, the response we got from you sisters, very disappointing. We could have done better. And I do not want to point fingers. I have learned, I was telling my colleague that one of the learnings I've had here is that just know that you need to understand the other person better. So I really am trying to understand why there was intolerance of a speech. Because I said exactly the same things when we started. I said, when we started Sawid, we were on a hype, and she said exactly. We are now in South Africa in a difficult space, and she mentioned it. all those spaces. But the reaction, maybe in retrospect, we should not have had keynotes. We should have just had fun because we did not want to divide you. So I want to put it out there that at least some of the Sawidians could have reacted better than what we saw yesterday. We did hurt her. So we must really, we will write and apologize to her formally because I think she deserves that. Because time on our side was pressing. We could see that there was the mood now. People were impatient with speeches. And so we had to make sure that she sticks to the time that we had agreed upon because there was still another speech after her. So we were not being intolerant, but it was important for us to keep to the program. You can imagine you didn't have enough time to dance. We really wanted you to live on a high. We want to remind you of our values. It is very difficult to live these values, diversity of views and opinion. It's a difficult thing to learn, to listen to someone even if you don't agree with them. It is something we must learn as South Africans. Secondly, to tolerate a person even if you don't agree with them. And thirdly, to accept that we're different. Also, Sawid is non-partisan. So we must just, we remember we had said, we know you like your t-shirts, you like your parties, but when we're here, we're talking women and we're talking country. So just always remember that in all the spaces as you go out into the world. You are the ones who are supposed to lead people out there so that we don't have a divided society. So we will we normally have a report where we put all the key messages and so on, and including from participants, some from WhatsApps and the feedbacks and so on. We will put those speeches in the report and we'll put them online as well with all the other speeches. So for those who really wanted to hear more, be assured that it will be on our website. It will also be in our final report. But as I would like to end off, we did our best. We tried to make everyone happy. And where we have erred, please forgive us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Toko. I think that one line, to learn to listen to those we don't agree with, is something not just that we need to learn in South Africa, but that we need to learn in the world. So is this our first reflection?
Yes.
Great.
I'm the first. Oh, you're the first.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes.
This way? Oh, this way. Sorry. I've never spoken in Sawid. This way. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Good morning. Good morning, beautiful women of Sawid. And congratulations to our 2 decades of survival and moving forward. And I think we need to thank all of you. I thought that today I must just reflect and share and sort of give a way forward to the program that I've been driving every day for the past 2 decades when we meet. I always am the first one to wake up everybody to go and exercise. And I've also been doing it in these 20th celebrations because exercise has got a lot that it gives to all of us. It's a form of healing the mind, the body, and the soul, which was put into the program just to link up with the real objectives of Sawidians. I think I want to thank all those who have been waking up. The groups have been big. But what stood out for me, as you say, we must reflect, is that I had an 82-year-old waking up every day and being there to refresh, to freshen her mind, her soul, and body. And she's from Limpopo. And thank you very much. Of course, it actually, exercise is a part of wakening up your consciousness, your behavior, your actions, and your focus. And today, we really did the mind work, the focus, the repetitions, the dance, and I can see all of those who are there. And here we've been talking about handing over the baton as well for the next 2 decades that will come in all different provinces and sections of Sawid. And today I've handed over the baton to a group of women that I am going to mentor and train, that are Sawidians, that are going to take the baton for me to be the first ones to wake up and wake up everybody to exercise and focus the mind and freshen their souls and mind. And these are the women. We've got Shannon Duplessis, who is going to be part of the group. We've got Kanyisile Kubega. We've got Ntulu Likau. We've got Refire Harris, Andy Swasilinga, Innocentia Litseletsele, Khulufelo Mdaka, and Litago Khumetswane. Those 2 have left already. I'm not sure if you can stand up, guys, so that they can see. I have invited them. Those who are in Gauteng, that they can come to the academy and be part of the boys so that they can take over. When next Sawid happens, I will no longer be part. The last time is we'll work out the logistics and all that stuff. And I just want to thank you guys for agreeing to take out this. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you. Great. I'm going to ask if we can keep reflections to maybe 4 minutes maximum so we can fit in as many as possible, please.
Okay, I want to take this opportunity to thank Sawid. I've been a Sawidian since 2017, and I've never looked back. But I want to reflect to say thank you for embracing our spirituality, because I think that's important. To come into a space to know that, you can be free, for whoever you are in your religion. And also for, that to come and really tell us that, we all need healing. I think we've been lying to ourselves. And so for me, that's important, that we all need healing. And also I want to say, as a second year beneficiary of the social pension grant, for some of us, it's a challenge, not to be able to have a retreat. And so I've seen this as part of a retreat as well, to come and just be among women. And also thank you for creating the space, for women that cannot vocalize themselves on the issues, that affect them. Because I think that's what I've observed for the 5 days. We sit at tables and people really, have a space now to speak, even though they don't come into the bigger panel, they are there and they speak. And also for me, I've also reflected on the slogan, advancing peace and development. So it is part of, the commitment to roll out, the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan agenda. So I want to appeal, because we are not secured in this country. We are not safe in this country. And maybe, security needs to come in there. Maybe healing also needs to come in there, just as the way forward. And also, the other thing that also stood out, we normally have, the heritage as part of, dressing up, in traditional gear on what we saw last night. But I think what would also help us, going forward, because we sit at tables and you hear people still speaking in the vernacular languages, people still just clicking to the click that they've come with. And so how do we also bridge that divide? Because I think we sit with a government that has, again, put in the policy that, some of us in the Western Cape, or the colored people, if I would call it that, the label colored people, that people feel that, we are being discriminated against, it's again apartheid in reverse. And so how does Sawid also, in that moment and process, going forward, looking at, we're bringing women together and how do we embrace, that diversity that we speak about. Thank you.
Good morning, my lovely mamas and sisters. Halala Sawidi halala. My name is Dr. Izzati Mari from Tanzania. Thank you, Sawid, for invitation. So because I go back to my country, I want to give you a gift because we learn many things here. And my gift is I want to show you the areas where you can find your money. Mamas, I want to show you the areas where you can find your money. Money can be found in 5 areas. 1, money can be found through people. So find the right people, you can provide your service. Find the right people, you can provide your service. Through providing that service, you can get money. Do you get me, mamas? The second is money can be found in others' problem. Money can be found in others' problems. So find the way to solve their problems. You can make money through solving their problems. For example, ladies have skin issues, stretch mark, spots. So by selling cosmetics, you can solve those problems. Number 3, money is hidden in talents. Madam said yesterday that know your talent. Through talent, you can get money. So fight for your talent. You understand? Fight for your talent. Number 4, money is hidden in goods and services. Find the right business to do. The right business. You understand the right business, eh? So, business of your passion. Not all business you can do, business of your passion. Number 5, money is hidden in work. Work hard till your boss realize your effort. Thank you very much.
Positive and creation energies to you all Sawidians. I now stand and say, I am because you are, because I am a proud and willing Sawidian, and I am a servant of the masses. Thank you, Mama, for addressing the issue that happened last night. It reminded me of what Umakulu Magona said, that you cannot infect a person with what you do not have. You infect a person, in this case, with positivity. Our behavior and character has led us in this predicament in Africa. And the sooner we change that, the better. And it's not difficult to change that. I thank EWDB, especially Izenzele, for teaching our communities and being that vehicle of change in our communities so that we can be self-reliant and less dependable on the government. We can be active participants in the change that we want to see. Iqala kum, iqala kuwe. Thank you again for the speakers that you had. They hit home every lesson that was given. For us, it is to go back in our communities and to resonate what they were saying, link it with how we can solve in our communities. I agree with the lady that just came off, that find problems, rejoice in seeing problems because you need to bring solutions. The young lady that spoke yesterday, I salute you, Khawekazi. I salute you, Nkosazana, because Mam Tina taught me that we keep on saying Maibuye i-Afrika. I-Afrika zange yaya ndawo. We have to go back to Africa. And with what you said yesterday, bravely and fearlessly so, we are taking the baton, even if they're not giving us, we will take the baton and run with the cause because we cannot sit and watch our country decaying right underneath our noses. The change comes with us. That's why the slogan, we are the ones we had been waiting for. Amandla Sawid, Amandla! Amandla Sawidians, Amandla! Enkosi.
Thank you so much, leadership. I just want to thank God for this invite that I got. I didn't want to go back home with this message that I have for Mama Zanele. I'm standing on the shoulders of Mama Nkwe, Kutlekstop. She is the founder, or she used to be the founder, the Widows Forum in Sawid. And then she handed over the baton to me. So today I'm running the Widows Forum. So what I'm taking home, okay, because I wish she's listening to me, and I thought you'll video camera me so that I sent her the message, because she kept on asking me, you must tell them that I was supposed to be there and she couldn't come because of ill health, because we were supposed to facilitate, both of us, the program, yeah, Widows. So what I'm taking home again is the humbleness, ya Mezanele. I was saying to my colleagues, I said, Mena, as the leader, ya Naumes Forum, I wouldn't miss to stand like last night to tell people how I started Naume Widow Forum. But you always see her sitting at the back and trusting people with her vision. So for me is what I'm taking home, Hore, I must always trust people and delegate the job. And the last thing again that I'm also maybe taking it back to yourselves. In our commission at the widows, we only had widows. There was no people that are not widows. So when you go back home, I don't know how do you address the widows if you don't have information. So when we speak about widows, we don't talk about the people that have lost their, widows programs, the people that have lost their partners only, even the married people, because that day, whether you like it or not, it might come in your life. And when it comes, it must not find you only unprepared. So in future, when we have this kind of a program, please join us to come and hear what is happening. So I'm very excited to have been part of this program. May God bless you as you go back home. Hallelujah.
I'm also walking in the footsteps of the doctor. Hi. I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity of what I've learned throughout the week. But I just want us to reflect back on what the Creator has said about this whole healing situation in our lives, so that when the next 20 years comes, we are not still in the same place. And this is one thing that I've learned. I was asking him, like, okay, we know about the Magdalene, we know about everything, but do we know enough about God and what He has done for us that we don't go back to the same repetitive actions? Because ladies, there is a difference between healing and deliverance. A lot of us go through healing, but in deliverance, we don't take it serious, because that's where the enemy Usatane finds a place to trigger those things and we can't move forward. And lastly, before I sit down, I just want to say to those of us who really believe in the power of the Holy Spirit, who is the greatest counselor, because we are in need of counseling. And as much as we have got psychologists and psychiatrists and education and business, and we are gifted in business as an entrepreneur myself, but at the end of the day, the counselor and the greatest teacher is the Holy Spirit. So one thing I want to say is a verse that I found in 3 John chapter 1, verse 2. It says, "Beloved, above all, I desire for you that as you grow well in your soul and be healthy." So in the end of it all, uNkulunkulu wants us to leave depression. He wants to take us out of things that are hurting us generationally. I was sexually assaulted, but I can talk about it because I've been delivered. So when you go back home, there's so much more God has for us outside of this healing. Get delivered. So I want to say thank you so much, Sawid. Next time when we meet, why Sawid, next year in our 20-year anniversary, I would like the youth to speak a different situation. The Lord has delivered me, and this is what I've achieved. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those beautiful and I think actionable reflections. We are the ones we've been waiting for. I don't think there could be a more powerful slogan. There's never been a better, more urgent time for women to lead. And I'd like to reflect on something that Mama Mbeki said in that beautiful anniversary book that we were all given as part of our guest packs. And that women have intrinsic leadership ability. And I think we need to remember that, honor it, celebrate it, and take it back into our communities, because that leadership ability often looks like noticing a problem that can be fixed when no one else notices. It means hosting conversations in our homes or in our communities, however big or however small. It means modeling, listening, tolerance, and inclusion for our young mentees, for our families, and for our communities. It means speaking up even when it's hard. It means encouraging other women to find their voices by using our own. So thank you, all of you, for everything that you've contributed to this not only important conversation for those of us who were here, but for the whole of our continent. So I think we should give ourselves a hand. We're running a little earlier, I'm pleased to tell you, because I know that that's the goal for today. So if it's possible, please to ask for Ms. Mankodi Moitse, CEO of Kagiso, for our closing address. Is that possible, or am I springing too much of a surprise? Because it was supposed to be an hour later, I know. Thank you, everyone. See, women can always roll with whatever faces us in the moment. So slight change of plan while we wait for our closing address. I know a lot of our provinces have left already, but it's a great time if we can get some feedback from our SADC regions, from our youth. That would be great to hear from you. So if I can ask you to come up to the same spot where we had our reflections, please. Thank you.
Halala bomme halala. Halala youth halala. Halala Sawid halala. Halala Sawid halala. Good morning, good morning. I think by now you know my name. I've been here several times. My name is Chigeze Chinyepi from Botswana, where the SADC Secretariat is. So I will be representing the SADC countries that came up with what they were asked to do. I want to apologize to all those who were in that meeting room. We were all there as SADC countries, but we had so many common issues. So I will not read country by country. I will read what has come out as what is affecting all of us as women in the SADC region. By the way, I am standing in for our chair, Mayor Emma Kalia, who has already left. So SADC, as we know, is made up of 16 countries. And for those who do not know who the countries are, Angola, Botswana, Comoros, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Namibia, Seychelles, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And these countries were represented at that meeting. So we had 3 issues to look at. One issue was what are the issues in your countries? And like I say, we found that we have common issues. What is cutting across all the SADC countries that are issues and is common is gender-based violence and teenage pregnancies. Another common issue in all our countries is unemployment, especially for the youth, and gender inequalities between men and women. What is specific to some countries, I've just also picked one each. I believe that our summary, our report will be submitted to be part of the entire report. What is common in Botswana is that it has tended to be a transit route for human trafficking. Last month, we found that there was a truck with over 40 Ethiopians between the age of 10 and 40. You can imagine 10-year-old being trafficked. But it is a daily thing. It's only that when we do spot checks, we find those trucks trafficking the people. And then in the Comoros, what is peculiar to them is that they were saying they are not an island that is as big as Madagascar and Mauritius. Madagascar is a bigger island. Mauritius has a lot of people going for tourism. For them, as a small island, they have a problem of corruption, which also is cutting across most of our African, SADC countries. In DRC, what is peculiar is that there is insecurity, there's no peace, as we can remember that there is an ongoing fight between DRC and Rwanda that is due to the minerals that is perpetrated by the IT industry, because they are taking the minerals that can be used. These are the big companies that are Apple and all that we can think of coming to take the minerals in DRC. What is peculiar to Eswatini is that after the unrest that SADC region we all know happened, there was a lot of trauma in all the citizens. And also in Eswatini, they have issues of the tradition that we all know is there in their system. Then Malawi talks about injustice, especially on the elders, who at the end of the day, they are regarded as wizards, witches, yes. And that is what is happening in Malawi, and especially with the other albinism that is in Malawi. I will run through because, like I said, most of these things are cross-cutting. Then in Mozambique, there is a problem of gender representation in politics, which also is common in most of our countries. There is lack of freedom of speech. And in the Seychelles, there are okay, I've covered that young girls fall pregnant at a very young age. And then South Africa, there's a mass movement of women and pressures. The legislation of organization and institution that promote equality. The example was Sawid. And then Zambia structured women movement that is kind of promising. Then Zimbabwe, okay. Zimbabwe also, there are issues of unemployment that is all over the country. And then what the countries thought could work better, let me start with Zimbabwe. What Zimbabwe thinks could work better is that after they pass the elections, there is an introduction of proportional representation and quotas, which is an advantage to increase the female representations, even though it didn't happen this past month. But they think because it was happening for the first time, once they can continue with that, eventually it will increase the women representation. The Seychelles, there is social safety network system that will help the women access those networks. Then the last question was on the way forward. Again, I will be picking one per country. Way forward under Angola, they think that more programs and initiatives are an alternative to formal education of young girls and women. Botswana, way forward, they think there is need to intensify and educate people, both women, girls, on the issues that affect them most, especially inequality and unemployment of the youth. The Comoros, they think what can work better is to make harmonization in all SADC countries so that when we have common issues, we can speak as a region as one voice. DRC, they believe that there is need for training, especially women in business schools and in agriculture. And Eswatini, intergenerational collaboration with SADC women movement can assist mobilization and capacity building, skills creation, and funding opportunities for both women and girls. Madagascar, they feel that also training for women can capacitate and elevate them to speak with an informed voice. Madagascar also believes that journalists need to be trained so that they can do better on reporting on women issues. Malawi, they feel that there should be meaningful, meaningful investment in women economic empowerment and direct involvement in policy making issues of women. Mauritius also empowerment of women and girls. Local government institutions need to be more accountable in delivering services like water and sanitation. Mozambique is advocating that there must be Mozambique Sawid. They have written it like Moshid. And all the Sawid, all the SADC countries to have Sawid chapters. Namibia, there must be more rehabilitation, awareness raising for people to know when to consult the therapy that people have been talking about since this morning. The Seychelles advocacy for educating women and girls on topics of maternal health issues. Mzansi, South Africa, they would like to see systems of women representation transformation, declaration of increased women leadership. One good example from South Africa is that we have UNISA. It can be a continental university. And then Zambia, platforms such as SADC as peer pressure platforms, women to be given land with the title deeds in their names. This came out because Zambia was saying that in Zambia, when a married woman loses a husband, the land will be in the husband's name. And as it is common in some African countries, then the in-laws will definitely take the land. So they believe that once the land title deed and registration can be done in the woman's name, it will move from the mother to the children. Unlike this current situation where then the woman is chased away and the children have got no home or no property. And then Zimbabwe, uh, introduction of drug and substance abuse topics as part of curriculum in schools. I think even though it came out from Zimbabwe, I think as the SADC countries, we need to advocate for that because now we have this um, new GBVs and new issues that are emerging, especially for our children at school level. So if these things can be put into the curriculum, it can help the region. I thank you.
Thank you for a very comprehensive overview. And I'd like some feedback from the youth, if we have somebody who can give us some feedback.
Malibongwe, 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 malibongwe. Tindi Bogoto. Finish.
Good morning, everyone. Goedemiddag, Jambo. I'm Amber Julius, and I'm from the Western Cape, but I'm here as a representative of the Sawidians on a national scale. Not just me, my comrades next to me as well. Our anchor project is the revival of Sawid, which is a program which we will review after 12 months to assess what works and what can be implemented over a 5-year period. We come from diverse backgrounds with different challenges, but challenges that are not so different after all. The things we are frustrated about are similar. The things we want to see change in are similar. We as Sawidians over the past few days have been discussing plans of actions that we can implement in our communities. But these are plans that we have already established in our communities. So now we are just finding ways in which we can advance our youth further through our networks and our already established programs.
Thank you. My name is Akila Singley, and to add on what Amber said, our diverse backgrounds, communities, and organizations and fields have brought us together, offering a unique perspective. While the issues that we face daily, such as gangsterism, food insecurity, alcohol and drug abuse, gender-based violence, and so much more, may appear on a common list, we understand that they are experienced and addressed differently in our various communities. So, within our communities, there are already incredible programs, projects, and initiatives that exist. So what we as Sawidians aspire to do is adapt and transform these programs to reshape the narrative surrounding the challenges that we encounter. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisha Shabalala. I'm from Johannesburg, but today I'm representing Sawid. It is against the backdrop of what my colleagues have already spoken about, that Sawid has come with what is called Succeed. Everyone please say Succeed. Succeed is South African Schools in Dialogue. While we understand that there are certain different generations amongst us as young women, we also understand that we need to build a future that is relevant and that is safe for those that come after us. Within the Succeed program, what we'll be doing is rolling out programs that are similar in that they intend to build skills, with young people that are in schools, but also young people that are after matric. In addition to that, Sawid intends to speak to wellness, mental health, and coaching. We have spoken a lot about that from different perspectives, from being women, from being young women, from being mamas, but also that is something that I would imagine exists within young people as well. So, as we said, as Umama from SADC has also said, that there are overarching challenges that affect every one of us from different provinces, but they have different iterations. So I'll just go through the ones that are different from each of the provinces. Starting with, sorry, I need to go back to this, this document. Starting with the Eastern Cape. Like we said, so part of the Sawid in the Eastern Cape, they will be focusing on girls in schools. And while Usis Homoto spoke to us yesterday saying that there might be challenges with getting ethical clearances and everything regarding schools, because we, like Amber and Akila have said, we come from areas that already have programs. For us, it's about applying pressure and being available and making sure that we plug ourselves into programs that already exist and that already have ethical clearances on some of the things that we'd like to do. And then in the Free State, they've got a program has a great name called Second Chances. And in this program, again, they're looking at young women who maybe have fallen pregnant and have lost confidence and need to revive themselves from that. So confidence and life coaching and ensuring that we don't just give up on life, but get a second chance on all aspects of life. Sorry, I'm nervous. In KwaZulu-Natal, they came up with a very touching and very poignant program, which is social cohesion, which is amazing because I would imagine that being KwaZulu-Natal, they're the one province that has some degree of homogeneity, but they are looking for a program that speaks to social cohesion and amplifying voices of women within that context. And how they're going to do that is through training, and that training does not only speak to just social cohesion, but also speaks to employment and getting into spaces that women don't find themselves in currently. Limpopo has a lovely long list of programs as well, but again, some of them cut across what we are going to do on a national level, but some of the other things that that they'll be doing as a province is financial literacy and mental health, creating a social cooperative and empower each other to learn the skill of facilitation. There's also something else that came in very strongly, which in addition to a sanitary drive or free sanitary towels, there's an hygiene or dignity drive, where it was noted that sometimes young women that come from poor backgrounds not only not have sanitary towels, but they don't have basic necessities such as toothbrushes and consistently have toothpaste. And we need to ensure that those things are alleviated. Right. And Northwest came up with an e-commerce platform. And I think as Gauteng, we also try to pick that up where we're saying as why Sawid, but as something that can also be adopted by Sawid in general, the broader Sawid structure. There are a lot of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is one thing that is celebrated in Sawid. Why is it that we don't build an e-commerce platform where all businesses are there? So if somebody is looking, we discovered that one of our ladies has got a bakery, for instance. They've got a cooperative that does bread and other people sell kotas. So you procure from within. So the money circulates within Sawid and within young Sawidians. And that will be our legacy projects. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I say Amanda? Amanda! Goed weggeet, zeker. My name is Macy Mutang from Tswane, the city, and Gauteng, the province, representing LGBTQI for Sawid. Proudly lesbian. But and that doesn't make me less of a woman. Yesterday, I was with Abu Mama outside saying that being a lesbian doesn't make you less of a woman. And I took that as an advice, and I'm going to run with it. Being here, I've gained a lot of things, a lot of information. My mind is full with information. And before I can proceed, let me thank Mama Mbeki for such a beautiful initiative, accommodating us, whereby other people are not accommodating us, are discriminating us. There are a lot of cases that are happening, let me say, around South Africa, whereby LGBTQI is not taken so serious. That's why we've got a lot of cases where we have been raped and killed. I'm one of the survivors of rape, corrective rape, and got infected 19 years ago. But I'm still standing strong here and say forward I go. We as the activists and warriors of Sawid, we promise that we're gonna go to the ground and ensure that we educate, we give information, because when there's any challenges that we're going to face, we know which doors to knock. Sawid has got many doors. It depends on you which one do you wanna knock and where do you wanna get help. I think we are all tired of homophobic judges, homophobic prosecutors, those who pass a simple sentence to the people who have been killed and raped from LGBTQI structures. There's a case in Mabopane whereby a gay guy has been burned to death because of homophobic attack. People went out with 500 rand bail, meaning we are less important to others. In future, I trust and believe that we will be accommodated. LGBTQI, people are educated in that structure. We've got judges, we've got prosecutors. Let them fill those positions so that we can be greatly beautiful treated. Thanks, Subs is here. Even to Subs, my friend called me on Tuesday and say her partner has beaten her up. She went to Roslyn police station to open up a case. The policeman, I don't want to name him, said, go and talk this out. If you can't talk this out, find yourself a man. And I was fuming because I know where I am, I don't have powers to fly to the police station, because in terms of GBV and LGBTQ, I'm very much passionate in helping my community. But I strongly also believe that through Sawid, the path is clear, the platform is clear. Hence, I've indicated that doors are open. Mam Zanel have done a beautiful thing for accommodating us. Ever since I came here, every speaker has been saying female, male, and LGBTQ. Thank you so much for accommodating us. We are your kids. There's a request that I just wanna pass to Saudians. We've got parents who have hopes in us after our birth, thinking that because it's me, Macy, they expect me to have kids and husband. When I come out and say I'm a lesbian, it becomes a challenge to them. They need education and baby steps to make them understand. Assist us to do that. There are churches that are too discriminating. Through Sawid, we'll penetrate to those churches. When they hit us with their verses, we'll also hit them with our verses. In that regard, let me conclude by saying, if God can move you from January to December, He can also move you from shame to fame. I'm talking about Sawid. He can also move it from insult to results, from his grace to disgrace, from disgrace to his grace, from labor to favor, from Makara to victory. We is Saudian, we are victorious. May the good Lord raise you from glory to glory. Thank you.
I'd like to know if we can have any more province feedback. Is there anyone here from the Eastern Cape or the Western Cape? I know many people have left, but if there is anyone from those provinces, then we'd like to hear from you, please.
Good morning, goeiemorgen, Molweni. I'm the Western Cape coordinator. I'm excited. I've got so much work ahead to do when we get back home because our province has given, there's such a huge mandate, but I'm excited because we organized, we've elected district coordinators. There's Sawid that's going to be active in the province. And we have agreed to coordinate or to again meet within the next 6 weeks. So hold us accountable. We can't just come here and enjoy the food and the talks and everything. But I also think it was almost like a springboard for us to reactivate Sawid in the Western Cape. So we're going to convene in 6 weeks' time. We've got conveners in the districts, and we're ready to watch us on social media, watch Western Cape. We're going to make you so proud, Mam Toko. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have somebody from the Northern Cape? And the Free State? Any of the provinces that are still with us? I know we've heard from Gauteng. If there's any provinces that are here, we'd love to hear from you.
Molweni, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Firstly, I would like to greet Umama Zanele. I am so proud ngaye because usuke Eastern Cape and I'm also from Eastern Cape, East London, home of legend, Eastern Cape, home of legends. Le opportunity ndiyifumeneyo ngokuba lapha, to me it means a lot for starters ndiyaqala uza eJoburg. I've never like even going out from the Eastern Cape anzange. So I think ibilicebo likaThixo, this opportunity okanye this session has come to me ngexesha right because ndine foundation yam that I am running endiyiqale nge-COVID ngo-2020. Ukuba khona kwam apha baninzi abantu that I've managed to network and that build a relationship uyangathi kudala ndibazi ndadibana nezikhukhukazi imvuze zabazali ezinobubele abantu abawarm and also nam ndanala nto ithi ba as from now on ndicela uphuma kule building ndithethe ilanguage entsha. When I'm going back home to East London ndifuna ubuya ndithetha a different language and also ndizisa light the information that I've acquired here nezikills endizifumeneyo apha ngale 5 days zinintsi. I have vowed to okanye I promise to take yonke le nto ndiyifumene apha ndiyoyi-instilla kwabanye, ndingathi ukuza kwam apha ibe kukuzuza kwam qha. Ndive ndinento ethi uba bendisitsho ku-coordinator wethu uSisibusi uba I so wish ngelinye ilanga as iWiSawid njengoba besinezaa session singenza ikhampeyini enkulu phaya eAst London okanye Eastern Cape, because sesingathi ngoku si-lost siyi-youth elahlekile. It's because asinazo amacandelo wokusithatha asifake endleleni, siyazitshuzela kanti sichuza wrong paths. Kanti uba nganaba iWiSawid mhlawumbi besiyazi kudala okanye iSawid yona besiyazi kudala, mhlawumbi baninzi oodade bethu ngebeseyivekile from depression, from suicide, from prostitution, like from all those sorts of wrong things, ngebe baninzi. So yile nto ndizixele into yoba ndiyazibophelela to take le information ndiyandise, and also nezi ndawo besizixelelwe, umzekelo ezi helpline zo-trauma counselling. Abanye abantu abazazi ezaa zinto, but ngenxeni yokuba mna ndizile apha ndizayithatha laa information, and also nabamama ndibafumene apha ndiyathembisa into yokuba andizukubaphoxa ngeemfundiso abandifundise zona. Even kwezaa session besibanazo ooDr Ngidi, if I'm saying right, nosis Cody, izinto abasifundise zona within a short of time zinintsi kakhulu, but yho ndiyathetha. Enkosi kakhulu, ndiyabulela Mamzanele, ndiyabulela kakhulu. Thank you.
Can we have Limpopo? Anyone here from Limpopo? Mpumalanga? If anyone's still here for... Okay, any other provinces? Or we can also... Oh, great. We've got...
Lizwela makosikazi, sose apela mandla, asese apela. I greet you with peace and love and compassion and all that you need for you to be fulfilled. I have a question. Can you put your hands up if you've heard of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325? I think it's important. I stand here, Mamtoko, presently as the Peace Commission, Peace Commissioner of Sawid. Oh, my book is not straight, na? Yeah, man. But it is most difficult. When Sawid started, you've heard about the DRC and what took place in the beginning and how Sawid was started. You all heard that, no? You understood it in relation to peace. You understood Sawid is about peace building, peace and in wanting a world without war. And I think this is important if we want to go forward as Sawid, because it's development, but it's also peace building. So we have, not many heard about the 1325. Have you heard about the National Action Plan for Women, Peace and Security that is in our country? Okay, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of information that needs to be passed on. And as we prepare for next year, we have a lot of work to do. So it will be the provincial coordinators that will ensure that the information flow goes through to the province. KwaZulu-Natal, Nokoteni is not here. When we went to go and try and address a Sawid, the 2021, what took place in 2021. So there's lots of information, and the why Sawid, you need to come on board because it's for you. It's for children of, for the future of children in the world. Because if we don't understand that in the UN, rape is regarded as a war crime. Your bodies are not battlegrounds, please. So stand up and deal with the rape in the communities so we can end the gender-based violence. I thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to know if there are any more SADC members from any of our SADC countries who'd like to give us some feedback as well about their areas. I know we've had an overview, but yes, please do come up and share.
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Thank you. My name is Tintswalo. I'm not from SADC, I'm from South Africa. I just want to make an addition during the presentation of our presenter. I think there's a important point that was raised, that as we come out of this conference, we must have a women manifesto that will be speaking to all the women in the continent, and not only for SADC or for the countries that were here, but for the entire continent. Its main purpose was to be able to mobilize all women movements, all women pressure groups across in order to start the lobbying for women leadership and women presentation and sustainability. And it was even said that we should move out of this conference with a declaration that will be able to sustain us for the next 20 years to come. Amandla.
Zulu mama, Zulu mama, Zulu mama, Zulu mama. Helelele, 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 helele, yo yo yo, Zulu mama, Zulu mama. Viva Mbogoto, viva! Wathinta abafazi uzokufa finish. My name is Nokutula Jojo. I'm representing beautiful ladies from KwaZulu-Natal. Can you all clap your hands, KwaZulu-Natal? Give yourself a round of applause. Yeah. We as ladies from KwaZulu-Natal, we have contributed the following key priorities. And first of all, I will start by mentioning what we as KwaZulu-Natal come out as part of this 20-year journey. This is part of our reflection as KwaZulu-Natal. Number one, personal growth and development. Acquired leadership skills and confidence to lead in platforms or communities. Formed friendship and sisterhood support cycles which joined and supported each other through the joys and struggles in the past 20 years, having met through Sawid. Healing Sessions is unique to Sawid and has contributed immensely in developing us as empathetic leaders who also provide safe spaces and other women a platform to grow the next layer of leadership, motivated to share learning with other women and work on healing the wounds of the past. Together, we also came across key priorities as people from KwaZulu-Natal. The first progressive and important key point was healing and family development. Under the healing and family development, we came out with 4 subheadings. The first heading is gender-based violence. The second heading was family support and human values. Third point was prioritize mental health and self-care healing sessions. The last point was incorporate mental health and healing in schools curriculum. The second subtopic under key priorities from KwaZulu-Natal was women economic empowerment. Under that, we have 3 subpoints. The first point was skill development for women, business management and entrepreneurship skills training, focus on agriculture, ICT, and blue economy. The third subtopic was women leadership, development, and advocacy. Leadership training for women. Develop next level of leaders. Building strong organizations through training. Fundraising skills and mobilize resources for women-owned initiatives. Participate in policy and legislative through advocacy and lobbying on issues affecting women. Number 4, local partnership and support. Reintroduce Sawid to OTP, municipalities, SALGA, establish revive Sawid in district and local levels. Establish a pool of support network to support services. The last point under local partnership and support, establish strong relationship with FBOs, traditional leaders, and Amakosi. The last point, addressing social ills and promoting rights for all. Under that, food security, poverty eradication initiatives, advocate for the rights of LGBTQIA+ family, promoting and protecting rights of people with disability. And the last bullet under point number 5, take active interest and participate in issues of climate change. Thank you.
Great. Any other feedback from either the provinces or SADC regions before I think we take a short break for tea and allow those of you who haven't checked out to check out? Can you just give me a show of hands if any of you do need that time to check out or if you've got it covered? Okay, so it doesn't seem that we don't need to take a break, but if you do need to check out, then we understand, but we'd appreciate it if you could come back because we're back on schedule. We've got the keynote happening at 12:15. Great. So there's time for more feedback. Great, thank you.
Good morning, Sawidians, good morning. Good morning, Sawidians, good morning. As we close going home, touching a little bit back to healing, we have an angle that we did not touch most in terms of healing. As we go home, I urge each and every one of us to do something at home. We have our children being raped every day, every minute, every hour. There's a child that is being abused, and there is no evidence, as we all know. I would like to urge all Sawidians as we go home to sit back and be the protector of the child. I actually get so much emotional because of the cases that one actually work with in the communities, whereby mothers are also crippled when the children are being abused. You cannot be a mother and your child 5 meters away from you is not safe. The perpetrators are at large. They need you and me to stand up and go and learn about child protection. I think there are quite a number of organizations that can actually teach you as an individual, as a caregiver, as a chaperone, as a mother, as an aunt, as an uncle. Your child is not safe within 5 meters away from me, away from you. My dignity, I am a child. My pride as a child depends on you. Hold me. My voice, my rhythm, my dignity depends on you. Hashtag, I'm a child, I need you.
Okay, thank you everyone for being so accommodating with the changes. There have been, but I think that we're back on track. So if someone can just show me if our keynote is here, I think that she has arrived. So I want to give those of you who've left the room a chance to come back in so that we can proceed with a few minutes to spare. Okay, lovely. So can somebody just show me with a show of hands if our keynote is here? Lovely. Oh, thank you so much. So it is, we were due to begin at 12:15, so thank you for bearing with us and doing this a little earlier. I know that some people do have to leave and I don't want them to miss an important address, but it's my great privilege to introduce Ms. Mankodi Moitse, the CEO of Kagiso Trust, who is going to give our closing address. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning. I didn't feel the warm welcome. Like, woo, 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 woo. Yes. Rie, 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 rie. Basadi we. Good morning, good morning. I'm here to talk about money. And I know why I'm giving the last address. So that when you go home, what I'm gonna say, and it's Friday. I like that. I like that. So that when we go home, what I'm gonna say should be top of mind. Okay? Program director, our honorable visionary of Sawid, Membeki, Mama. The chair of Sawid, Mem Pumlana, thank you, ma'am, for inviting us. The trustees of Sawid, the whole Sawid team, the country and provincial coordinators, all respectable protocols, salute and good morning. As we come to the end of this inspiring conference in advancing peace and development, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to every one of us. The passion that we have shown the whole week was truly remarkable. And in closing, I just want to recall the words that Metogo said yesterday. She made me think that this is a place of reflection, a place of gratitude, and a place of thinking ahead. And thank you for giving Kagiso Trust, as I represent Kagiso Trust here this morning, to contribute in a small way to the immense potential that is in this room. The potential, the room that is endowed with wisdom, with courage, to reflect on the importance of resource mobilization and sustainability. Why resource mobilization? I think all of us, we can all agree, if there's one thing that the world is not debating, is the issue of the deficiency in meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. We all agree that there should be a sense of urgency. Urgency as in A and urgency as in U. We must own the non-delivery, but we must also move with speed. I think as African women, we even have a bigger urgency because our continent has got huge numbers of young people who we are risking to see them not fulfilling their potential, reaching their potential capacity because of the challenges of development in the continent. It is a fact that not having the SDGs met, the most to be affected is us sitting in here in this room, the women, our children, and our young people. So if others are not showing agency, we must show agency. Now more than ever before, we need to respond with courage to the social challenges of our country and our continent. But let me put resource mobilization in perspective. I'll be not fair to talk about resource mobilization if I don't respond to the efficiency of the use of the already existing taxes as a key resource. Allow me to make this argument. I believe that the most important resource of any country is its own taxes. And these taxes should be the predominant resource to meet social and developmental needs. Where other organizations like ourselves come in, it should just be there to plug in the gaps. Why do I say plug in the gaps? Because the machinery of taxes, it's a huge machinery. Sometimes even if it sees the need, it's very, very complex to redirect this machinery. So there is a role for us sitting here in this room to be efficient and effective social and developmental organization. But it's important that we all demand that the biggest resources any country can have should be used efficiently and effectively. We've also come to understand that resource mobilization is not only about financial capital. It encompasses knowledge. I've been in the private sector for many years. I now have the privilege to work in a developmental organization. I think there are many like me who will confess that we have looked down and we never understood the capacity that lies in our social organization. And in many instances, it's even superior. And until we elevate that conversation, that we are equal partners here, there are instances where private sector, even government, must listen to us as social organization and movements. So our resources, our knowledge, our skills, our networks, our partnerships, it's all about leveraging these resources to empower and uplift communities, to make the women-led organizations to thrive in the purposes that they have undertook. At Kagiso Trust, if I may use us as a case study, kancane, and just leave Kagiso Trust, and talk about others. But let me just mention this. At Kagiso Trust, we have learned in a hard, painful way. And Umama can tell because she was there before I came to Kagiso Trust. So she'll tell this story much better. That resource mobilization is not a linear process. It's continuous, and it should be everybody's business. Kagiso Trust, for example, it has evolved from a donor organization to a self-funded organization. This was not because it was a nice strategic conversation of moving from one form of funding to another. It was a difficult, forced organization because when donors pool their resources, you have to react. Either you die or you do something. So the organization, the funds were drying up and there was a need to act differently. Now we understand that with drying up of resources, I'm talking to that organization that says, we don't see much. With drying resources, there is an opportunity now we have learned. How about if we commoditize our skills? How about if we commoditize our assets? I'll talk a little bit more about it. I know some of the things are going to be controversial. How about advocating for innovative financing like social impact bonds? We'll talk about that the other day. I'm coming back to the next conference. How about organizing ourselves for ESG compliance resources? The world is saying we are now moving into appreciating people that will be sensitive to how development affects the environment. What are the measures we can put in place? It was not an easy process. Actually, I brought in this morning the lady who's leading us to comply with ESG. I mean, we were saying, what are you talking about? We are a developmental organization. She had to pull us screaming and kicking and say, the very funding you think you have now, very soon it won't be there. Prepare yourself. So we are now forced to talk new language of ESG, impact financing. And as my chair, I don't know if she's here, she normally says, appreciate that you might not have what you have in the future. Strengthen partnerships. I think I have a beef with Linda Wayama partnerships. I know we do it, but we can do it better. We can really, really do it better. In the interest of time, let me not go in. Maybe in tea break, I can talk to some people who are interested in what do I mean that we can do it better. But we realize that when we talk about financing, resource mobilization, let's have these 4 areas. But as I said, let's forget about Kagiso Trust and talk about us here. I don't know about you. Actually, when I was sitting, I thought, wow, what I wanted to talk about has already been spoken about. So basically, I'm saying, let us get ready to change the economic landscape and increase and create creative pools or new pools of income in this platform. Program director, in this platform. Somebody mentioned e-commerce platform. I don't know how many of us took an opportunity of that young man who came in there and talked about, is it buy from women? Yeah, I've seen some. Ne? So those that didn't, let's do so. Let's organize ourselves to participate in these platforms, which will also support our own causes in terms of generating income. But as we prepare ourselves for these platforms in anticipation, let us normalize continually perfecting our craft and skills. Let's not let people buy things from us because they feel sorry for us. They must buy it because it's quality. Because those platforms, they're going to expose us. Somebody in Cape Prague or whatever, your product will be representing the African sisterhood. So let's make sure we start now to perfect our craft and our skills, because very soon, all our skills and our craft will have a platform to shine on. As women, we are in the front line of many challenges and we understand needs better. This puts us first in line to think about the new solutions and to develop them to commercialize. So I'm going to sound very controversial a little bit, but it's all about money. Ne? Please pardon me. Yeah. So, by the way, if we don't do it, somebody else is doing it and it's going to do it. One of my former colleagues said, you people, when somebody says you people, yeah, you become defensive. Yeah, in your heart, you want to say, nani ninjalo. But he says, you people, we study you and create solutions to sell to you. Because you are many. And in your numbers, there is money. Yeah, and she took me to a supermarket whose name I won't mention. And says, this supermarket is what you'd call budget supermarket. Ne? You can figure out. Ne? And yeah, we went to, was it? Yeah, I shouldn't give it away. Yeah. And she walked with me and says, watch everything in this shop, what our people are doing. Watch the floor, watch the shelves. And you see, when these shops were done, they were done for a time-starved African woman. For an African woman who takes 3 taxis to arrive home, who must still do homeworks with the child like any other. So you see, we understand you. So we have created a solution. And at that time, we buy. So yes, allow me to say, our money, our resources. Our money, our resources. It's important to wear the solution hat. Is it comfortable? No, it's not comfortable. My education that I gained didn't teach me that. They taught me how to be a consumer. It has never taught me to be a solutionist. But that is why there are these platforms that are there to reorientate us. Let me talk about something else that was spoken in this platform, public procurement. Thanks to those organizations that commented on the bill, well done. Let us be there to make sure that such programs or bills, where they lack a gender lens, we become ready to participate. But here's my question. Truly, If that act is that bill is enacted into law, but tomorrow, but our budget exceeds it's over a trillion of this country, minus, let's say 50% goes to public wage, whatever remains, but tomorrow, 50% of it goes to women. Are we ready? Let us get ready, because again, we want resources to be in our hands. Because if they're in our hands, we support projects and programs we believe in. Akusizi to color to somebody to say, support what is burning my heart. When I go to this person, I must have skin in the game. I must say, I'm not coming empty-handed here. I'm coming with something where now you're Gwalis. And by the way, if you don't, within a short space of time, I would have, you'd rather be my partner and friend now. Because when I'm ready, so let's be ready to supply the goods. Somebody might ask me how. I've been fortunate in my life that I've worked in an environment where I can observe supply chain. Not too many people are interested to know. Okay, let me put it differently. How do we make sure that we understand the full value chain of what it takes to supply everything? Literally. Go to that window of supply chain. Labeng Sebenza Connect was on the 9th floor. Honestly, I'll see, can I say men? Ne? Come in there to find out. And you come when there's no tender. Again, when there's no tender and you talk to me, it will be undue influence. You come right in the middle of the existing tender and say, kahle kahle lama stockings lawa niwa orderayo for the police ladies. When is this tender expiring? No, I can. Oh. Hello, my friends. Love you too. Yes. What is the quality they require? What are the volumes that are required? Where in the country, again, at the moment, maybe we are not manufacturers. Who manufactures them? Where do they get the input to manufacture these? What capital is required? At that time, I'm not a manufacturer. I just want to start by being a supplier. So, understanding the full value chain. I was saying with my colleagues, if I'm a woman and I'm selling tomatoes, and the truck or the buggy comes to deliver the tomatoes at my corner where I'm selling at 8 o'clock, do I understand the back value chain? Lo baba lo ozange veni yakhe at that time to deliver to me at 8. When does he start? How does he negotiate the prices? How many people is he buying from? So those are the areas that I'm urging and I'm making a call that let's fix our nets. I know somebody might say, but we haven't caught nothing. Even the disciples of Jesus. There was a time when they didn't catch anything, but they didn't stop. They fixed the nets. So let's fix the nets so that when that 50%, hopefully it will be 50, not 14, when it comes, we are ready to supply so that it's not put in law and then we watch to say we gave women the opportunity and women could not step up to the table. So let's understand the whole value chain, the whole of it. Who does what where? And also, it will give us opportunity, that's the third point, to partner, to have funds, because some areas require much capital that a person on their own is not enough. And by the way, this thing of owning 100% of everything, it's not always the right thing. Just owning 5% in Yana, they call it revenue value chain sharing. There's enough room for all of us. Actually, you can end up having the many 5%. Okay. So we partner. So it's about our needs, our resources, the supply chain readiness. And I also want us to just quickly talk about the triple BEE. I don't want to talk a lot, just to say, should the third wave come, women, RCB, let's be ready to advocate. Get me right. I'm saying the deep-seated needs of our country needs multiple instruments to transform and change the landscape. It cannot be one configuration. We need configuration that will prioritize the organizations that are solely geared towards supporting a social and developmental agenda. I'm not saying don't make Mankodi rich. I want to be rich. Hopefully before I die. Ne? But at the same time, my wealth should not compete with a social agenda wealth. And I think let's talk about it. Let's be open about it. Let's stand for that. The fourth one, we said resource mobilization must be for all of us. I believe that as a country, there are those who are working here. Normally, when we say resource mobilization, majority of us think about people that own businesses are the ones that must give something. Those of us who are working, not necessarily. We give occasional, as and when we can. How about certain organizations truly rely consistently on, I'll issue X amount of my income to that organization? I know it doesn't sound comfortable, but I think if we continue to do it, and as a matter of fact, there are organizations that are already doing it, that are offering it as part of their employee value proposition. So how about Monday you go to your organization and ask them that I've heard that it's possible to have an EVP that supports the social organizations that I believe in. Let's go for rent. If I contribute X, you can match my money. So as employees, let not all the income of the organization come to us for a salary. Again, we are in that country. We are in that continent with huge social challenges. How do we make sure that consistently, when money comes into my account, X amount goes to the contribution as an EVP, the organization matches that, and it goes to the organization, even comfortable. Which is not that Mankodi today feels like it and next week she doesn't feel like it. Consistently. Imagine the army of people that are employed in the country and how that can change the landscape of the projects that we do. So let's go on Monday and mobilize that our organization enters that space. So allow me to try and conclude by saying thank you, Sawid, for this platform, that we need to take the opportunity and go back to basics to create platform for women to support and make sure that the economic landscape is altered to support the work that we do. And also, as I'm on this point, I admire the Sawid women. I wish I knew Sawid long ago. I really, why, Mara? Why mina bengazi ngeSawid? And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. And I know my colleague is not here. Mojaji, I don't know if she's here. I work with her and I admire her. I admire her social consciousness. And believe you me, I was once responsible for an organization with huge budgets, but with no social conscience at all. Literally, all I had was my qualification and my salary, my home, husband, and children. That was my world. And I watch now and I'm saying, if I knew what I know now, what kind of influence could I've used? What kind, that gender lens that we get when we are seated here, it's such a powerful space that we need to infuse it in the decisions that we make. Now, that was an opportunity lost. I don't know if you understand. I can't go back and rescue that, but I was excited. When I listened to IWF, the 1,000, and I wish I could come one day and just speak to them. I mean, I remember one time in a big budget meeting, somebody was saying, this budget is not women friendly. But I did not know how to make this. What do you mean it's not women friendly? So the concepts were just flying above my head. All I wanted is the budget to be approved and balanced and move on. But I did not understand when there are no certain books in the library, the kind of choices I make, how do they support taking us into a different space? So I'm also lobbying that social consciousness be something that is top of mind and made to be so broad that it can be accessed even with people that are not here. So resource mobilization efforts require all of us to be organized through building partnerships to make sure that non-profit organizations can really continue with the work they do. Let's form part and a movement of resource mobilization, including taking advantage of the networks that we have built here. And as I close, resources and sustainable organizations are impactful for a peaceful and a developmental communities. We need to continue in an ongoing way to adapt. As we stand here, history is giving us an opportunity, or time is giving us an opportunity to correct the history. All of us can move out of here having something that we are going to challenge in our space about resource mobilization. Therefore, I urge you, let's build partnerships. Let's advocate for sustainable funding for women organizations in Africa. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Sawid, the sponsors, to be part of this commitment. We dedicate ourselves to work together. We dedicate ourselves that as we move from here, the inspiration, the knowledge, the connections that we have received, that we will continue to build and make sure that our organizations truly is possible that when donors come and when we look for the donors, we don't go with an empty hand. They are finding us as resourced. But it will be a shame, and it's already late when by the time money comes into my hands, I already do not have a social platform to spend it on. So let's be ready to support the true organization. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, you are the donors. Thank you.
What an important message as our closing address. I'd like to know if there are any questions or comments about that partnership and collaboration, particularly about the social consciousness that needs to remain at the heart of our enterprise. Any comments or questions? At the back, yes, please.
All right. I can't. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I was really inspired, and I know that everybody feels the same, especially when you are working on the ground, dealing with all those difficult situations without resources. And organizations mainly in rural areas, you know, they are more challenged than us. Even to have overheads to support their infrastructure, like an office, ITC, for example, and to pay even a stipend to contribute towards people's, the efforts that they're bringing to run the organization. So we've seen death of organizations in South Africa. So in bringing this topic of conscientizing us, because before donors used to come in pouring money, and you mentioned that today what you have, don't think it will be there tomorrow. Let us build, let us be those organizations that are thinking about tomorrow to have this mobilization. So it is a new concept. It is definitely a new concept, and capacity building. We need this kind of conversation in our meetings. So in most of our gatherings, we'll definitely be speaking, planning how we are going to tackle this advocacy. But on the side, there is no one who is coaching us as to, yes, this is a beautiful plan you have, but how are you going to make it effective? How are you going to make it realizable? So capacity building and management of those resources becomes very, very key. Accountability, we don't have those systems. In some of the auditing people need to be evaluated, to be assessed, whether they were able to use the funds as was determined. So that training is also needed. We need it because we never have it before. And I really encourage that we don't just have it here, this kind of conversation. Let us have a plan for it to go around mobilizing us. I remember there was an international organization used to be called Interfund. It was training us in South Africa, the NPOs, on proposal writing, capacity building, resource mobilization. And once those organizations closed down, there was a big void of lack of ongoing. We need to have this ongoing training. So those trainings, we need them to strengthen, to sustain us, because we need to work together, as you are saying. And this partnership is supposed. So I can carry on. I'm so inspired about this issue because I am going through that myself in my own organization. And it's something that we are not used to. You speak, you have great ideas, but you don't go anywhere because you didn't plan when in terms of resource mobilization. Thank you very much for this. Thanks.
Maybe just to close it, thank you, Sis Carlos, for the comment. I think you are right, and one of the things that, for example, Kagiso Trust, the board has challenged us around exactly that point, around capacity building, and we have developed a 4-module course, very interesting. It excluded financials because we assumed that is not the most critical. So we've been challenged. We are going back to make sure that the 4th modules is around financial, so that this topic should really be around, should really be on the table when we talk about our programs. Oh, you know, you mentioned something around rural areas. And I don't want to sound like I'm throwing ideas, but we are doing a project where we are trying to say to this school in a rural area, it looks like every space has got a school. And we were saying, but what are the alumni of that school doing for that community? Actually, we're testing something which we should have the result of that middle of October, where we are testing a few alumni to say, if we were defining the problems in this WhatsApp in this way, can you share it amongst yourself? We'll have a separate bank account. We'll be transparent for you to see, but we'll be specific what that money is going to go for. Because we said we just want to try. Aren't people interested? I mean, I mean, Joburg, Maram from Mama Bolo. What about those schools? So you are raising such a very, very powerful point that what about the organizations of where some of us come from, even if we're in the urban areas? There's another point that I needed to mention that it's an observation. For those that are in mining related areas, the social labor plans. I don't know to what extent as women we participate in influencing the social labor plans to be done in a almost a structured 5-year plan, because we fight when these monies come in. I mean, I was in one of the villages where they're saying they're getting 6 million rand per annum. It's not a bad sum of money. I mean, if they can calculate it, they can build all their ECDs in 5 years. They can just choose one. Arebona and community. We don't want to fight with each other. This one wants a wall, this one wants this one. Let's all agree in advance before the money comes and we agree. Because when the money comes, hey, the fights become brutal. So those are some of the things that maybe those that have got mining areas, they can talk a different language from some areas that I think this colleague was talking about. So I think definitely critical points. Thank you.
Thank you. There's time for one more comment or question, if anybody'd like to say something. Please.
Thank you very much. Last night, you will recall that we launched an idea of resource mobilization. You remember? It was too noisy. I think you didn't hear what we're trying to do. This is exactly what we are trying to do. We are saying that we are here. You are working all over. We are struggling with starting an NGO, starting a cooperative. You have a garden. We have a project with UNISA where in Davidton, women have been trained. They are now using school gardens they want to use school gardens. They started with a few for agriculture. And then they hope to then take what they have and sell it for nutrition. Now, to scale up an idea like that, they don't have money. So what we are seeking to do is to say, let's start a little fund. And this fund, we hope it will grow. And the person who's running it now is thinking bigger than me speaking about a little fund. But the intention is that wherever you are, you know that if the bank doesn't give you money or ideas, there is a place you can go to where you can get money. And WDP also does the same, but they do it in the areas where they do their work. So, and we saw this during COVID, because during COVID, we're getting lots of desperate SOS messages. A family is hungry. I've been feeding them, but I don't have enough money to feed them now. So how now my question is, you talked about resource mobilization movement. Can we expand on that? What would it look like?
Thanks, Mama, for the question. So, firstly, I'm coming from a point where I'm saying all of us are a platform to raise resources. All of us, every space we are in. We are starting it at the top, where we are saying those that are handling the taxes are the biggest resource. Please help us. So holding people, being influencers of those. We were talking with my colleagues to say, you have a friend who is managing, build a space for service delivery. They are not doing it right, but we don't hold them accountable. Unfortunately, fixing that problem takes more money from the very fiscus that does not have money. And it leaves other areas without money. So it's important for us to see the resource mobilization movement in an almost an ecosystem way, that all the parts must work. So that by the time we come to our needs, right now, the reality is that, like the examples that we are giving, our bread and butter issues are so many and they're overwhelming. Literally, they're overwhelming, which should be an exception to the rule. We should find lesser and lesser of that, so that the funds we raise should be helping us to create solutions. The funds we raise should be making us participate in creative solutions for both fourth industrial revolution solutions. Now, those funds are actually still used for basic needs. Because unfortunately, how do I talk about participating huge AI issues and AR issues while I cannot have basic needs to be met? So not doing things efficiently, we are, yeah, we are wasting money. Yeah, somebody just said it nicely. Yes. So the movement is about making every cent count. The movement is about those of us who have not seen themselves before as potential income makers, because we don't see ourselves providing a service. Let's start to participate. Those of us who are able to have organization or support organizations that do the work that we can have time to do, for an example, let's support them consistently. Because it's a problem when one day they're supported, the next day they're not supported. Let's make it a cool thing to do. You know, like when people drive on BRT lanes, and I feel like, or when a mother is driving with a child in the car and they're on the front seat, you know that feeling? There are certain things we must make them so uncool. It can be, let's make it a cool thing to do that part of our incomes, so that people that are sitting here who run and have the eyes to see. You see, when I drive with my car, there are people that I don't see. But there are people who can see the people that I don't see. So I'm saying, let us make sure that we make that funding pool available. One of the things that we want to contribute as Kagiso Trust is to build a portal of where people, actually, Sawid has got that document. I don't know if how many people are using that document. Marte, you helped us with that document, that big directory. Yeah, very powerful. I use it a lot. Yes, because we know where to find. So yes, it can be automated. We can make it virtual or whatever. But right now, there is a paper document that's available. When we wanted, and I'll give you an example. This thing here, asset commoditization and skills commoditization, is very new to us. I've never understood how a skill of someone in the organization can also be used because we have employed this person to work here. So we understood that there is an organization, an NGO in Cape Town. So we found it in that document where we were able to go back to them and say, teach us, how did you get to where you are? And how do you market yourself that people can know what you are doing so that we can also raise resources through selling our skills? So the movement, Mama, I suppose what I'm trying to say is that it's all these pockets, is the givers and also that those that need resource themselves being aware where else can they tap the funding that is available out there. But definitely there is an opportunity to make sure that we are resourced and mobilized.
It's always a great gift when at the end of a conference, we have the privilege of hearing a big mind who can explain the complexity of our ecosystem, but a mind that is also big enough to make it accessible for us. And that's what I got today. So thank you so much. I think that was a brilliant closing address. Thank you. Let's give her a hand. Great. And if we are ready, I think that the COO of Sawid, Ms. Martha Muller, is ready for the vote of thanks. Fantastic.
Thank you very much. So as Colin would say, that special place in me recognizes and greets that special place in each of you, and all protocol observed. I loved seeing that all of us on the stage had comfortable shoes. So Birchwood taught us that. Thank you so much for still being here when you could be outside in the sun. This has been an absolutely remarkable week where everything went right. I don't know if any of you experienced challenges, but people who lost a pen, a piece of paper. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a page. It will have to be scrolled. I'll see if I can. Thank you. I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, oops. Oh, this one's a bit heavy. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank these young men because they stayed over behind one night until very late to allow us the privilege of watching an amazing film on the lives of refugees and the song that was created to remind us of their plight. So thank you very much. What I was going to say is that all people who lost things, a card, can you imagine out of 1,000 cards, you lose your card for your bedroom door? People found them again. People lost handbags, cell phones, everything, and it all came back. So something very special was happening here. Thank you very much. What we have here is we've been trying to put together a newsletter that you can take back electronically when you leave today. So we've been locked in a room looking at what a lot of the young journalists have written, but we've tried to summarize some of the big ideas, and obviously there are new ones coming out when we were inside. So please stop us. It's 3 pages long. I'll try and be as quick as I can. I'm going to read it. We, the women from 9 provinces in South Africa and from 15 other countries of the Southern African Development Community region, representing all sectors of our society, assembled in Boksburg from the 18th to the 22nd of September 2023 under the theme 20 Years of South African Women in Dialogue, acting together in solidarity to advance peace and development, to reflect on our past, to present challenges and to vision together for our future. Commit ourselves to strengthening and revitalizing the women's movement in our country, our region, and the continent. Honoring the insight by our patron and founder at our inaugural Sawid Dialogue in July 2003 about the critical role that organized, listen to the word organized, that organized South African women and African women collectively can play in the realization of the goals of our country, our region, and our continent, and in changing the face of this country, and together with our sisters on the continent, changing the face of Africa for the better. We resolve to organize ourselves in such a manner as to unleash and apply the wisdom, insights, and perspectives of African women to the challenges of our countries, our continent, and our planet. Anybody disagrees with anything we've said so far? The organized women's movement, we believe, is an inclusive mass movement comprising diverse organizations and formations of women and providing a vehicle for women's contribution in the political, social, economic, and cultural transformation of our society. We recognize the physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, cultural, social, and spiritual dimensions of human development, and in alignment with Sawid's ethos of multi-faith devotions, we further honor the notion introduced to us by our sisters of the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual University of Shakti leadership, by which we mean a sacred feminine power originating from divinity and translated into practical implementation. And just want to mention, women are not often thought of as implementers. The feminist process can be very inefficient because we're always waiting to hear what the next person has to say. We always want to include everybody. And sometimes they say men are very good at delivering product. If somebody says, make a mine somewhere, they say, fine, where must we make the mine? Let's make the mine. And women will have processes and say, what will happen to your children? What will happen to the schools? So women can be, according to the male world, inefficient. So we want to use our divine power to implement, to create products, to do things that benefit people. We note the gains made by the South African Democratic Government in response to our advocacy in establishing a women's ministry in 2009, and the gains made by South African and other SADC governments, and there's a word missing in the next line, in providing legal, institutional, and political frameworks, and much progress in socio-economic and cultural development. We commend the steps taken by SADC governments with regards to promoting peace and security in our country and in the continent by the adoption of national action plans on women, peace and security as a means of ensuring that the United Nations Resolution 1325 is implemented at all levels of our society. Does anybody know of any SADC country that does not have a, any SADC country that doesn't have a, sorry, I can't, could you move to the next page, please? Let's see. Thank you. Is there any SADC country that does not have a national action plan on women, peace and security? I'll go and look that up as well. We recognize, however, that peace starts in the family, where young boys and girls first learn to adjust their antagonisms. And mindful of the fact that in 2015, domestic violence killed 9 times more people and costed, sorry, that has to be past, it has to be a past tense, and costed the world 9 times more than all wars combined. So how can governments do things? I just have to change that to the past tense. How can we expect governments to change peace for us when our children only see what we do in front of them in the absence of governments? We also commend government for the creation of the Office of the Status of Women in the Presidency, the Commission on Gender Equality, and supporting the Parliamentary Multi-Party Women's Caucus, all of which constitute national machineries that promotes gender equality inside and outside of government. We observe, however, that women continue to experience inequalities in our society. We therefore resolve to continue the dialogue that began in Pretoria so long ago in order to strengthen the women's movement, the national machinery, and legislative provisions. We recommit ourselves to utilizing the South African Women in Dialogue process and its inclusivity checklist as a platform and a tool for diverse women to work through their historic divisions, their current challenges, including addressing poverty, disease, violence against women and children, and all other forms and consequences of marginalization, especially of those who find themselves refugees in the world, as we saw in that film. Anything there that you'd like to change so far? I can continue, thank you. We continue to highlight some of the key challenges that the women of Sawid identified in 2003 as those that limit them from participating fully in our democracy. Food security, poor access to agricultural land and water, poverty in rural areas and informal settlements within urban areas, violence and abuse against women, marginal participation of women in economic activities, absence of a dedicated fund to promote women's advancement. This is necessary due to the fact that women experience the worst household poverty and has the least ability to access national development funds. Lack of accessible information and the absence of intergenerational dialogues and lack of programs to integrate youth, young women in the socio-economic and political initiatives of the country. In 2011 and 2012, South African women articulated their priorities for the National Development Plan in the South African Women as Champions of Change. If you'll remember, Dr. Vuyo Mashlati, our late trustee, was the one who animated and pushed this process. And we had funds from the International Women's Forum of South Africa with the support of the Royal Norwegian Embassy. Only 5 priorities came from there. The psychosocial family-based poverty eradication approach, combined with a productive self-reliance and economic empowerment strategy, accessible and affordable early childhood education, a strategy to reduce violence against women and children, and civil society coordination. Ms. Moitse, I think that's also something that maybe we should speak to you about again, is that the platform for civil society coordination, in the same way that that book brought together all the offerings, how do women coordinate all their civil society, for instance, all the childhood education and other things in our areas, how do we have access to all that information? And the last one was really interesting. It said, skills training, job creation, and income generation in all the above. Women don't want to have to go and work in a garage taking care of cars when they have children at home who are not being taken care of. Women want to be paid for poverty eradication. If that's our biggest challenge, pay us to solve it like the Sawi Development Caravan model did. Can you please move to the last page? Thank you. The following were the major priorities that we saw. There are lots of details which we still have to sift through, but these were the 4 things that kind of emerged for us. That was what came out of the media team. The first one was this mechanism for connecting to source. All the religious devotions that came to the front, the meditations, were all about saying there's something amazing and magical within each of us that can create all the resilience, all the joy, all the strength and endurance that we need, no matter what happens to us. Do we know how to access that? We can live for decades without getting in touch. How do we learn to do this sustainably so that we can become resilient? The second one was the tools and techniques for self-healing. There were many examples during this conference of the enormous pain that have been suffered by people because of apartheid, and how women have had to be strong when they really wanted or should show vulnerability in the face of the incredible burden of pain that women are sitting with. How do we sustainably have access to tools and techniques for self-healing? And I think the circle, the mental resilience circle, was very touching for many people, those who participated and those who gave, the healers themselves. The third one is the harnessing the power of collective action towards implementation of women-centered solutions. So many times in this week, people spoke about solutions that work for them. How do we all, not only as South Africans in 9 provinces, as women from SADC countries, so these 16 SADC countries together, but how do we collaborate with other African sisters to come up with best practices that serve the need of women and their families. And the last one is a very powerful one. It's affirming the unique African identity of African women. In this regard, I'm bringing this, it was proposed, I don't know who attended the Senzele model that was shown here. So that the whole idea, if the family is the smallest unit of development and government is the furthest of the family, how do you turn government upside down so you can pull it tight underneath the family? By paying young men and women to enter families and making sure that every member of every family have their needs met sustainably. So the next paragraph comes from the research study also initiated by Dr. Vuyo Mashlati, called Indigence and Vulnerability Assessment under COVID Conditions. We paid 17 feminist researchers to come up with best practices. And Dr. Andit Sebi, I see you here because the last chapter 5 was done by you, Dr. Ellen Cornegay, and the 3 suggestions that came out of this after enormous research and looking at how the system in South Africa works, so not all the other SADC countries, but they came up with 3 suggestions that also are useful in disaster management situations. And because we face such incredible uncertainty in the world, climate change, wars, the possibility of nuclear war, there are 3 models. The one is the Zenzele development model. The other one's the Kahu Yabana model, also came from a social worker friend of Sawid, Sisan Chancha Ned, who's the CEO of Hollard Foundation. They've been unfolding this Kahu Yabana. And the last one is related to the food security panel we had. Ekurhuleni during COVID had an Ekurhuleni food bank, which was an example of how people could immediately have access, how a single municipality can bring together resources, not money, but bring together other resources to feed people. That was a very, very successful model. And so that is why we've included, these are the things that Sawid has been proposing. They sit in documents in people's emails, but they're not out there. If there's a way we can take these 3 pages, get them out there and say, these are 3 solutions that women are suggesting, help us implement them. So, of partnerships and strategic interventions that could address the ongoing sustainability challenges of many government programs. These models could also serve as successful examples of coordination and collaboration with other stakeholders to meet community needs during emergency or disaster situations. So finally, anything else you want to change or anything you'd want to change? Or, yes, ma'am? You're absolutely right, ma'am. Can we put it in? Yeah. 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 Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hello. After I spoke on Tuesday, I think few females came to me and say we must raise that voice of disability. And the document is well articulated. Really appreciate all the efforts and the time.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear even a single word saying anything about disability.
I absolutely, thank you for reminding us. Absolutely agree with you. And also somebody once pointed out to us that we're all only temporarily abled. So it is a reminder that as we get older, we lose some of our abilities. I know there's a place where we speak about marginalization.
Thank you.
Where should we put that, ma'am? Do you have a, I'm just thinking, we spoke about marginalization, but we can also put it in here. I think that's really important because it's with the best practices, maybe to say, is there a best practice of disability? Did you mention one? Is there a best practice? Oh, of course, the autism. Yes, hi. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We talk about disability and we talk
Yeah.
about people with disability, which is quite correct.
Yeah.
But I tend to think that we don't quite cover the burden of caretaking, which mostly falls with women. So I think when we talk about disability, we must talk about that, and we must talk about caretaking, because whether it's an unemployed woman or even one of us, the burden is intense, emotionally, spiritually, financially. And if it is us as activists who don't understand what that impact would be on somebody's life, it is problematic. But I would help you then just go through the document and see where to articulate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Should we craft that sentence now? Because I loved what you just said about the burden of care, emotionally, spiritually, financially. Should we say cognizant, recognizing? So we say recognizing the burden of care, and then we say the burden of care, emotionally, spiritually, and financially. And financially, of, should we say, of those, of caregivers, of those with disability and their caregivers, of those with disability, living with disabilities, and their caregivers.
I think
We
she should
resolve-
just send it to you. She should craft and
Okay,
send it to
and
you.
send to you. Perfect. So you're happy for us to do that? Okay.
Yes, I
And
think
ma'am,
I
you
think
have-
that's what
okay,
we are
yeah.
saying. Thank you very much. And I think that while you were crafting the final document, there were those additions, and I think at the beginning you did acknowledge that there's some inputs that may
still
come
Absolutely,
because
yeah.
of the processes that
Yeah.
we're running concurrently, and maybe you'll allow that, because the one issue that one of our women mentioned, which was discussed, I think from the SADC focus
Yeah.
group, there was the issue of the elections, women's elections manifesto. And I think that for me,
Wow.
I remember many years ago when I was working in the African Union at the AU, when we were talking about the issue of the women's elections manifesto, and now that we are going to put it in practice, we really need to craft and develop that women's manifesto so that when women leadership arise, they have a manifesto that we women are given to them to say, if you are to represent us, here is our document that should guide your participation. And I think we should add it under those bullets there. Thank
That
you.
is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Karen. That just reminds me also that Professor Tuli Madonsela spoke about the Venice Commission. So those are things that and the Venice Commission was all going back to the fact that we haven't had a healing, the TRC did not go further, and that civil society themselves must go back to the communities and try and heal the incredible harms of apartheid. There's a beautiful example of Stompelsteine in Germany, and I know it happened 30 years afterwards, but an artist has gone and made about 70,000 little stones, well, they're metal, that he puts on the floor at the place of the last free habitation of somebody who was taken away during Nazi Germany to a concentration camp. And that idea of taking the 100,000 stories of apartheid-era atrocities that Kulemani's support group has gathered and putting them in the landscape. They can be woven, we can have artists put them, but people should be able to move through South Africa and be in touch with the pain that people have experienced in order never to do it again. So there's a lot of things that we can do as Sawid to help the country heal and not just go forward on an unsustainable path. And then the last paragraph, which is the paragraph. So thank you. We're adding the disability, we're adding the Women's Election Manifesto. We'll go back to the whole idea of how do we deal with the unhealed parts of our past. And then the final paragraph. In this way, we believe that the women gathered at this conference in their organized formations can implement a true African Renaissance and give effect to the prophetic dream of struggle icon Bantu Steve Biko, who said that the great gift still has to come from Africa, giving the world a more human face. Thank you very much. Sorry?
Excuse Marte.
Oh.
I've been picking my hands
Hi,
up
Ma'am,
and
Professor
you
Kate.
never saw me. And I'm sorry because now you are finished, but The challenge that I realize now is that as Sawid, we know the elders, the elderly people were the first priority. Now, in this document, I see nothing about it, like the people, the same with the people with disability. So please, let's go back where we started. We mustn't, because now what is happening in the Department of Social Development, there's this, I don't know what can I call it. The system that they are using, that they are busy with people who are dealing with organization with drugs. But those who are dealing with elderly people, they don't get the funding. They said they can't get the funding. And the most challenge that I have is they have signed a contract of 3 years, but in 2 years' time, they already have cut it because of the drug, the people are addicted to drugs. So I don't know how can Sawit really intervene there, that it's no more like before. Before, we didn't have a lot of people with 80 years, 90 years, 100 years. But now God is on our side. We live to 110. So yes, Rakgadi wa ka o hlokafetsana le 110 2 months ago. So I'm 74. And we've got people who got 80, who got people who got 90, and they are still working and they are okay. So if we I don't know, if we lose that, I think we are going to promote something else that we have started, and now we forget about it. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mampusaletso. That is so incredibly important because it has been a priority of Sawid when we came back from Chile and Tunisia. The Tunisians had beautiful models of taking care of the elderly. They even paid people in the community to take care of other elderly people not related to them. I just wanted to ask, somebody from the provinces told me that the elderly people were wanting, or the older people were wanting to meet together at night. Does anybody know if the older people did meet together? Because they had requested a venue to meet. So that is wonderful. We certainly will follow that up. Mam Toko?
Yes. Yes, I just want to say to participants that the room is virtually empty. So I have a sense that whilst we are putting this declaration, we may have to test it as well. We have to find a mechanism
Send it to people
before we put it out there for an input. There was a session this morning. It also doesn't address issues of systemic economic exclusion.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, and some of the challenges that have been raised, also with the LGBTQI, yes, in terms of marginalization. So there are a number of issues that we must not exclude. People must see their views expressed here. So we are just putting this out here, and we will have to find a way. We've got your numbers, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether we'll WhatsApp or we'll do whatever. Then people will have to find a way to feed it back. It's going to be a bit heavy, but we will see how we do it. We may have to give you time and say, please respond by such and such a time. If you don't, then whatever we say, we assume that you accept what we're saying. We just want to make sure that we don't exclude anybody.
Thank you very much, Mam Toko. And also we'll still go through all the outcomes of the conference and make sure that things get put in, like the LGBTQIA+, they were very upset because we hadn't made which is a form of marginalization. So we will go through all those things and look at all those justified comments. Thank you so much.
I don't know if, good afternoon, everyone. Good I don't know if I afternoon. might have missed, excuse me, any conversations about this, but I know that during the Wednesday morning plenary, somebody raised this issue about revisiting um, the unfinished business of the TRC. There's a program that I'm working on through which part of the work that I've started on through the foundation is archiving and getting the stories of women's contribution and the impact on them, those who are involved in the anti-apartheid struggle, as activists, as the caregivers, etc. And what I'm finding is that a lot of these women, one, have not had their stories told. A lot of them have not had any debrief. A lot of them are struggling with mental health issues. And a lot of them are also over 30 years been going back and forth to Lutili House, trying to deal with the MK vets. A lot of them, a group, and thanks to Mama Maja's support and encouragement and leading with the Kulumane support group, who themselves are struggling with funding and support, to say that Sawid is the platform where questions should be asked about what has happened to the money from the presidential fund, what is supposed to happen to the children of these women who lost their partners and who are still missing, who don't know where their partners are, where their children are. So I don't know how and where, but I think that's a critical thing to include as a component of healing, because it's just going to become a continuous cycle for generations to come.
Thank you so much. Is it Sister Biso, right? Yes, it's Sister. No, I just want to say thank you very much. I think that's directly related to what Professor Tuli Madonsela spoke about as the Venice Commission of taking forward the unfinished business of the TRC. I think that's one of the major things that came from the dialogue, the intergenerational fireside chat, is that we have not done any of that. Thank you so much. Wow, wow, this was really useful. Thanks so much. So I think, well, I shall say a last sentence. I wanted to again thank everybody for last night, which was really special. But just to say, the thing I've learned most in the last 20 years of being with Sawid is one of those is connecting to source, is discovering what indwells us in the silence when you ask questions and you speak to that wisdom within you. And the second one is, it's my understanding that what we need is a governance for the growth of souls. If we are eternal souls, if there's a part of us that doesn't die when we die, how must the world be rearranged so that our souls can grow, so that love and joy and compassion can be part? And we know one of the things, Ma Grace Masuko said it so beautifully in a dialogue once of young women. She said, when you have sex, you are partnering with God, because that Most High God of universes has to indwell that creature that you have made with an eternal soul. So unless you're willing to create that partnership, so what conception is the single most important place for us to think? If we can make sure that we empower people to become aware that conception leads to the creation of immortal souls, how much more careful would we be of our partners, of the men we want, or women we want to be mothers and fathers of our children? Nobody told me until I was in my late 40s that sex is related to souls. So, Ma Grace Masuko, wherever you are, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, Dr. Marge. We were just talking about you. Nice, welcome back. Dr. Marge from Kulumani Support Group, that's done so much in this, the work that needs to be done after the TRC. There are quite a few kind of issues to be dealt with. There's lunch available now. There are many people who have to travel. If you have any questions and you don't know who to go to, there's that office with Sis Nontlantla, Sis Samantha. If you need anything, all of us are available, but please come to us with any of your issues. I think all of us should have been out of our rooms already. There is a place where they keep all our luggage while we're having lunch. But I think that's it. So you may close your program unless there's anything else. Mam Toko? Anybody else who wants to?
Then all that's left for me is to say thank you. It's been a privilege, the learning, the community, the conversation, and I thank you for the opportunity for being here. And congratulations to everyone.